কি বনাইছে তাইহে জানে আৰু
ভাল হৈছে জইনে নহয়
তো পাগল হৈ গৈছে বোলে আহি
সন্দীপা আগৰলা দেখাই
ড্ৰেছ কোড বা আৰু খেলেও মানে কিবা কিবি
চোৱাই নাই আছে ভালে হ'ব তাৰ গ্ৰুপ ডিছকাছন আছিলে কোৱেশ্চন সুধিব বুলি কৈছিলে কিন্তু নায়ে সুধিবলৈ মই সুধিম মই
আজি সেইকাৰণে আহিয়ে দিলো ৰখি নাথাকিলো এইবাৰ ইলেকশ্যনৰ পইচা আমাৰ একদম কমি আছে ইলেকশ্যনৰ পইচা একেবাৰে যোগাযোগ কৰা নাই আমাৰ কিছুমান মানুহে ইলেকশ্যনৰ পইচা চলিব লাগিব চলি কম দেখোন
মই জইন কৰিলো একদম ওলাই গৈছে
তুমি মানে ক'ত কাৰ চাবি
ভিডিঅ' আৰু অডিঅ'টো চেক কৰি লওঁ
Hello, Horajit.
Hello. Good morning,
Hello,
everyone.
Bado, good morning, good morning.
Morning.
মই সব্যসাচী মহন্ত বাইদেউ।
গম পাইছো দেখি চিনি পাইছো
হয় বাইদেউ। সুৰজিত
Sir, good morning.
ডিম্বে ছাৰ গুড মৰ্ণিং
Sir, মই ডিম্বেশ্বৰ কৈছো, sir.
গম পাইছো বাইদেউ জইন কৰিলে আমাৰ ডক্টৰ লেখক গগৈ জইন কৰিছে নেকি
Okay. After join কৰিলে তেখেতে
জইন কৰিছে অ
Okay.
ঠিক আছে
কি কৈছে কথা কথা কৈছে নি ছাৰ
অ
ছাৰ
জইন কৰিলে বাইদেউ জইন কৰিলে
অকে অনন্ত ছাৰ কৈছো ছাৰ ষ্টাৰ্ট কৰিব
হ'ব
অকে ছাৰ
Good morning, sir.
গুড মৰ্ণিং
Yes. Bye, good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Can we start, sir?
yes Anand you can start I think
Okay.
oh.
Okay. Good morning to all the respected dignitaries, resource persons, faculty members, scholars, and participants who are present here today with us. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this inaugural session of the Faculty Development Program, organized by our esteemed institution in collaboration with TLC, Dibrugarh University. As you are all aware that faculty development programs play a significant role in enhancing the academic and professional competence of teachers, enabling them to adapt to the changing paradigms of higher education, especially in the context of contemporary reforms such as the National Education Policy 2020. Today's sessions promise to be both enriching and intellectually stimulating, as we have with us a panel of distinguished academicians who will guide us through the theme of this session. It is now my privilege to introduce our respected dignitaries for this session. First of all, we are pleased to welcome our principal, renowned academician, Dr. Hobyhasy Mohanto, under whose leadership and supervision the present FDP has been organized. We welcome you, sir, to this inaugural session. We are also delighted to welcome Dr. Lekhon Gogoi, Director, TLC, Dibrugarh University. It is a matter of great honor that TLC Dibrugarh University has collaborated with Gorgaon College for this particular FTP. We are honored to have him with us today, Dr. Lekhon Gogoi. We are also truly honored to have the presence of Dr. Hubrota Buragohai Gugoi, who is currently serving as Dean, Faculty of Arts, Sciences and Energy, and Head of the Department of Geography, and Professor in the Department of Petroleum Technology at Dibrugarh University. She will be delivering the inaugural speech in a few moments from now. We are also joined by Dr. Furojit Hoikia, the coordinator of IQSC, Gorgaon College, on this occasion. And I extend warm welcome to all the honorable luminaries and also the participants who have taken their time out to join the program. We look forward to your active role in the program throughout. I now request our principal, sir, Dr. Hobyhasy Mohanto, to deliver his welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor Anjan Kumar. A very good morning to you all. Respected Professor Subrata Buragohai, Madam, Dean, Faculty of Art Sciences and Energy, Dibrugarh University, who would be inaugurating the FDP today. Dr. Lekhon Gogoi, Director, TLC, Dibrugarh University. Vice Principal, Mr. Digantok Moore and Dr. Hurojit Khoikia, Coordinator of IQAC Gorgaon College. Respected resource persons, esteemed faculty members, and my dear participants. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this faculty development program. On behalf of the organizers, I extend a warm and cordial welcome you all to the FDP on outcome-based education and curriculum development in alignment with NEP 2020, organized by our Gorgaon College in collaboration with Teaching Learning Center of Dibrugarh University. Established on September 7, 1959, Gorgaon College is one of the oldest and most eminent higher education institutions in Assam. We envision Gorgaon College as a center of excellence that provides unparalleled academic opportunities through cognitive interaction of teaching and learning to transform our students into rational thinkers, competent leaders in different fields, and a good human being. I feel proud to be a Gorgoya as our college has been accredited with grade A by NAC in its fourth cycle of assessment in the year 2025, and very recently we have been conferred the autonomous status by the UGC. I am delighted that as a part of our endeavor to impart quality education and create an environment congenial for quality teaching, learning, and research, this FTP is being organized by the IQAC of the college in collaboration with TLC Dibrugarh University. As Dr. Anjan Kaur has rightly said, faculty development programs are vital platforms for enriching our knowledge, upgrading our pedagogical skills, and aligning ourselves with the evolving demands of higher education. In today's dynamic academic environment, continuous professional development is not just an desirable but essential. This FDP is designed to foster intellectual engagement and encourage innovative teaching practices and promote meaningful academic discourse. For teachers working in an autonomous college, a faculty development program is not just an academic exercise, it becomes a crucial instrument for institutional quality, innovations, and accountability. I am confident that the sessions planned during this program will be insightful, interactive, enriching, and meaningful. I encourage all the participants to actively engage, share their experiences, and make the most of this opportunity. I express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee, Dr. Surajit Soikia, coordinator IQAC Gorgaon College, for their dedicated efforts in planning and coordinating this program. I also thank our resource persons for graciously agreeing to share their expertise and insights with us. I would like to offer my sincere thanks and gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Jiten Hazarika sir, Dr. Paramananda Sonwal, Registered Dibrugarh University for their continuous support and encouragement. I also offer my sincere thanks to Dr. Lekhon Gogoi, Director, TLC Dibrugarh University, for his kind support and continued cooperation in organizing this FDP successfully. I also would like to offer my sincere thanks to my classmate, Dr. Sutidhara Mohanto of TLC Dibrugarh University, for her continuous support and kind cooperation in organizing this FDP successfully. With these few words, I once again welcome you all and wish the program would be a great success. Thank you so much. Thank you all. I welcome you all once again. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anjan.
Thank you, sir, for offering the words of welcome to all the participants and dignitaries. I now request Dr. Lekhon Gogoi, Director, TLC of Dibrugarh University, to speak a few words on the overall on the NEP. Before going into that, I'd like to briefly inform the gathering that Dr. Lekhon Gogoi's scholarship is placed in the discipline of education, with particular interest in teacher education, pedagogy, and higher educational processes. He has published multiple research articles and books in peer-reviewed journals and academic outlets, covering topics such as problem-solving skills in students, community perceptions of students' involvement in politics and challenges in English language teaching in vernacular secondary schools. So we are very happy and honored to have him with us today. So I now request Dr. Lekhon Gogoi to speak a few words on the theme. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. So, respected principal, sir, of Gorgaon College, respected inaugurator of today's faculty development program, Professor Subhata Borgohai Baidu, respected my colleagues, Dr. Sudhidhara Mahanta of TLC, faculty of Gorgaon College, research scholars. At the very outset, I would like to thank Gorgaon College, the entire family of the Gorgaon College, in the leadership of Mahanta sir, that a very significant topic has been selected for faculty development program, which is very emerging for all the teachers involving in higher education. So first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the entire family of Gorgaon College. We know that the landscape of higher education is undergoing a rapid transformation driven by globalization, technological advances, and evolving learner expectations. So universities are expected not only to generate knowledge, but also to nurture learners who are critical thinkers, problem solvers, and socially responsible citizens. While faculty members are often experts in their disciplines, many have limited formal exposure to contemporary pedagogical methods, curriculum design, or the use of educational technologies. This gap necessitates a continuous capacity building programs among the faculty of higher education institutions. So this FDP on outcome-based education and curriculum development in alignment with the National Education Policy 2020 will definitely benefit all the participants, not only in terms of their enrichment of knowledge, but it will help in the course of action, the practical implementation in classroom situation as well as entire educational setup. So in this inaugural session, I hope that all the sessions are very enriching. Actually, the subtopic is to be discussed or maybe discussed in many sessions, but due to some limitations, this FDP will deal primarily the basic things about outcome-based education, content development, curriculum development, how the assessment or evaluation will be done in terms of outcome-based education. I think that this will really, it will be enriching to all the participants. With these few words, I conclude my speech here, and another technical session about the entire outlines of FDP, I will deal in the technical sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for speaking to us on this inaugural occasion. We look forward to your participation in the upcoming sessions also. Thank you so much for highlighting the core issues related to the theme of the program. Thank you so much, sir. I now welcome Dr. Subrata Borgohai Gogoi to speak on the inaugural theme of the program. Before going to that, I would like to inform the gathering that Dr. Kubrata Borgohai Gogoi is the Dean of the Faculty of Earth Sciences and Energy and Head of the Department of Geography, and also a professor in the Department of Petroleum Technology of Dibrugarh University. She has a PhD in petroleum technology from Dibrugarh University, and over the 3 decades of academic and research excellence, she has expertised on enhanced oil recovery, oil field produced water treatment, and the rheology of crude oil. She has led numerous national and international research projects, including collaborations with the US, Canada, Oman, Tunisia, and the UK, and holds 14 patents in innovative petroleum technologies. Dr. Gogoi has successfully supervised 13 PhDs scholars and has an impressive publication record with her with over 85 research papers in peer-reviewed Scopus Index journals and 12 book chapters and more than 50 papers in technical proceedings and 7 published books. Her outstanding contributions to research and teaching have earned her multiple awards, and she actively participates in professional organizations such as the Society of Petroleum Engineers and the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers. In addition to that, she serves as a reviewer and editorial board member for leading international journals, significantly advancing petroleum technology and environmental sustainability. So we are indeed honored to have such a renowned luminary amongst us. So I now request Dr. Borgohai Gogoi Madam to deliver her inaugural speech. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. So, good morning, respected dignitaries, esteemed colleagues, members of the Teaching and Learning Center, and dear participants. It is a privilege to stand before you today at the inauguration of this faculty development program. I extend a warm welcome to all of you and express my sincere appreciation for your commitment to advancing learning and teaching and learning practices. At the outset, I would like to draw your attention to an important transition we are collectively embracing, the shift towards outcome-based learning, OBL. This is not merely a policy shift, but a fundamental rethinking of how we design, deliver, and assess education. Traditionally, disciplines within the pure sciences have been closely aligned with outcome-based approaches. The learning process is often structured around experiments, measurable observations, and clearly defined results. For instance, in a chemistry or physics laboratory, students perform experiments where outcomes can be directly observed, measured, and validated. The linkage between learning objectives and outcome is therefore quite explicit. However, when we look at disciplines such as humanities and management, the situation becomes more nuanced. These fields deal extensively with human behavior, decision making, leadership, and interpersonal dynamics. Areas where outcomes are not always immediately transmissible or easily measurable. Unlike controlled scientific experiments, human interactions introduce variability and complexities. But this does not mean the outcome-based learning is not appreciable. to such domains such as humanities and management. On the contrary, it challenges us to innovate. In management and humanities education, for example, we are increasingly introducing experimental learning through case studies, role plays, simulation, internship, and real-world problem solving. These approaches allow students to engage actively, reflect critically, and develop competence that may not emerge through traditional lecture-based methods. In this way, even disciplines rooted in human interactions can meaningfully align with outcome-based frameworks. The second important distinction I would like to highlight today relates to Bloom's taxonomy, which provides a structured way of thinking about learning levels. In the school level, education often focuses on the lower order cognitive skills, remembering, understanding, and basic application. That is what we know, we call as RUBA, R-U-B-A, RUBA. That is remembering, understanding, and basic application. For example, students may be asked to recall definitions. They may be asked to memorize certain things, explain concepts, or solve straightforward problems based on certain formulas like a plus b whole square is equal to a square plus twice ab plus b square. So those are the things that are applicable in the school level. However, as learners progress to colleges and universities, our responsibilities as educators evolves. We must aim to cultivate higher order thinking skills, analysis, evaluate, and creation. That is what is known as the AEC. This means encouraging students to question assumption, critically analyze a situation, evaluate alternative solution, and ultimately create new knowledge or innovate ideas. For instance, instead of merely asking students to describe a theory, we should challenge them to apply it in complex real-world scenarios, critiques its limitations, or even design new strategies based on emerging challenges. This transition from lower order to higher order learning is essential if we are to prepare our students not just for examination, but for leadership, innovation, and meaningful contributions to society. In this context, this faculty development program assumes great significance. It provides a platform for all of us to reflect on our teaching practices, to learn from one another, and to equip ourselves with pedagogical tools that aligns with these evolving educational goals. I sincerely hope that each one of you will carry forward valuable insights from this FDP, insights that you can meaningfully integrate into your classrooms. Let us strive to make our teaching more engaging, more outcome-oriented, and more transformative for our students. With these words, I once again welcome all and wish this program a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam, for your valuable speech, your insightful and thought-provoking lecture. I am sure that your discussion will certainly benefit us a lot and will give us a deeper understanding of the topic And we thank from our bottom of our heart to you for your participation in this program. Thank you so much, ma'am. Participants and dignitaries, we have almost come to the end of our inaugural session. We'll be heading towards a tea break for 15 minutes. And I sincerely thank our principal sir, Dr. Khoibhasi Mohanto, for offering the for offering the welcome address. And I also thank Dr. Lekhon Gogoi for speaking on the occasion. And I also thank Dr. Hubrata Borgohai Gogoi Madam for inaugurating this program, which was valuable speech. And I also thank all the participants, the organizers, for making it happen. So with these words, we are going for a tea break, a very short one of 15 minutes. And after that, probably not 15 minutes, more than that. This was supposed to be at 11 o'clock. So maybe we'll go for the next session at 11:15. It is now almost 10:30. So we'll meet at 11:15 for the next session, first session, technical session. So I hope all the participants will join on time and make it successful. And our resource person for the next session would be Dr. Lekhon Gogoi, Director, TLC of Dibrugarh University. So we will meet again at 11:15. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We'll meet, sir, at 11:15. We'll meet.
Which one?
আচ্ছা মনো মনো এটা কি কৰিবি তই লাগেজখিনি চহিয়া তাত থবি নেকি কি আছে নে নাই আকৌ
Call good now. Call cautious.
12 বজাত থম বুলি ক
He has the room to more stuff.
নহলে এটা কাম কৰিব পাৰে তলত সিকিউৰিটি খুলি চাব পাৰে তাত নভৰাবি বস্তু নভৰাবি কেমেৰা তাত নাযায়
Camera নহয়.
কি
Glass bottles.
তো কি
Glass bottles.
তাত এনে ৱেট অলৰেডি হৈছে আৰু কিমান
Why
বস্তু
cautious? Search it, search it, search it, search it, search, 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 search. What's going on? Search it, bro. Search it. What's going on? Search it, search it, search it.
Dr. Surjit Soikia.
অনন্দ
Oh,
শুনিছে
Surjit.
মই ডিম্বেশ্বৰ কৈছিলো
Oh, the investor. Yes, the investor.
So
We can start, I
start
think.
কৰিব পাৰি yeah
It is time.
okay
Or we should wait for some few minutes more because we can see that there are only 44 participants till now.
Dr. Kaur,
Yes, sir.
I want to share my screen, just you verify it.
Okay, sir. Please share, sir. We'll see. We have a technical support team. So I think, yes, it is visible, sir.
Okay, okay.
It is visible.
so can you অনিৰ্বাণ
এই ডাটা কেবলটো হৈ যাব কিন্তু এইটো চাৰ্জিঙৰ কেবলটো নহ'ব মানে
চাৰ্জিং কেবলটো ক'ৰবাত আছে তলত আছে নে ওপৰত আছে এইটো চাব লাগিব ড্ৰয়াৰত ক'ৰবাত আছে নেকি সেইটো চোৱা
মই চাইছো পোৱা নাই কিন্তু
তেনে এটা কাম কৰা
ইটো মনিটৰ দি পঠাওঁ নেকি তেতিয়াহ'লে
এইটো মনিটৰ দি পঠিয়াই সেইটো মনিটৰটো লৈ আহোঁ
সেইটোকে কৰোঁ এই আমাৰ টেবুলত যিটো আছে আগতে অজন্তা বেংক বহে যে টেবুলখন
সেইটোৱে দি দিয়া
সেই মনিটৰটো দি পঠাই দিওঁ সেইটো ডাঙৰো আছে ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে হৈ যাব
বাহিৰৰ কেইজন আছে তোমাৰ বাহিৰৰ পাৰ্টিচিপেণ্ট দৰকাৰ নাই
Well, I think we should start our first technical.
Confusion হৈছে ষ্টুডেন্ট বোৰে মানে ইয়ালে লৈ আহিছে টপিকটো লিখি পেলাই
Dr. Das.
Dr.
Dimeshu Das. Hello.
অনন্দ
Yes.
শুনিছে
Yes, I can. Kunisu.
কওক
I think we can start.
হৈ গ'ল 62 হৈ গ'ল চাব পাৰি
Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
আৰু জয়েন কৰিব
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Honorable Dr. Lekhon Gogoi, Director, Teaching Learning Center, Dibrugarh University, respected teachers and participants from different parts of Assam, and scholars. I extend my heartfelt thanks for joining this session after a tea break. So I'm happy to share with you that this session will be handled by Dr. Lekhon Gogoi.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Some of the participants have opened their microphone, so you can ask them to
Yes.
off their microphone.
I'm checking, sir.
Please check if all the microphones are muted or not. Can you start now? I think it's all are muted. So once again, I welcome everyone who have joined this first technical session of the 5-day-long faculty development program on outcome-based education and curriculum development in alignment with NEP 2020, organized by Gorgaon College in collaboration with Teaching Learning Center, Dibrugarh University. We are now being joined by Dr. Lekhon Gogoi, who has been with us since morning, since the inaugural session. We are really honored to have him with us today for yet another session. So this first technical session of the FDP will be handled by Dr. Lekhon Gogoi. He will be speaking on the NEP in an overall manner. So without much ado, I request Dr. Gogoi to proceed with his presentation. So the stage is yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. So once again, good morning to one and all. Welcome again to this technical session. Actually, I will not embark on the different contents, different subtopics, but I will deal with just the sub-themes and what will we have to do, during this entire program. Just a brief outline about the programs and as well as the pragmatic things which we have to be done. So let us to share my presentation. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Okay. At the very outset, I just request you, all the participants, please open your mind. Please be positive. Actually, I do believe that the faculty of higher education institutions nowadays are not engaging in any academic activities just for the sake of fulfillment of some conditions or like this. Nowadays, all faculty members, I believe that they are really enthusiastic. They really want to know, they are self-motivated. And similarly, in this entire program, I also expect that you are very self-motivated and you are eager to learn the new things which will help us in dealing with our classroom situations as well as the holistic development of our institutions. So I request that, yes, we have some negativities, and avoiding all negativities, I request you just be positive, and I do hope that you will enjoy the entire faculty development program, all the technical sessions, if you be positive, then you will definitely enjoy each technical session. This is my first expectation from you. So, esteemed academicians, we all know that the National Education Policy in 2020 marks a significant shift in the Indian education system, which has already been mentioned many times, emphasizing learner-centric education, multidisciplinary approaches, critical thinking, and holistic development. I am again repeating some buzzwords, that is learner-centric education, multidisciplinary approaches, critical thinking, and holistic development. These are some buzzwords which are time and again we try to speak in different occasions in terms of NEP 2020. But my question is, but I think that whether really we could implement in true spirit all these buzzwords in our classrooms and institutions as well. So in this context, outcome-based education serves as a cornerstone, ensuring that teaching learning process are aligned with clearly defined learning outcomes and real-world competencies. Most of us know about the learning outcomes, and besides the learning outcomes, now we are using the word outcome-based education, not learning outcome only, outcome-based education, because that learning outcomes should be translated into the real-world competencies. So we have to go beyond the learning objectives and learning outcomes. So I think this faculty development programs aims to provide valuable insights into aligning curriculum design, pedagogy, assessment, and evaluation with a vision of National Education Policy 2020. So when we say about outcome-based education in the context of what? The curriculum design, pedagogy, that methodological part of translating a transaction of curriculum, then assessment and evaluation, we have to relook the approach in terms of outcome-based education. So at the very outset, I again want to say that we have some eminent resource persons who bring with them rich academic experience, practical insights, and deep understanding of educational reforms. So I'm confident that their sessions will not only enhance our knowledge, but also inspire us to implement meaningful changes in our classrooms and institutions. So, respected participants, as this is the FDP, and I think you must have gone through the program schedule. In each day, you may find assignments. The last session, that last session has assignment, and that assignment is what? The theoretical or the is technical session, on the basis of is technical session, what we can do pragmatic. The pragmatic approach of each technical session we have to practice in the assignment. So now I want to give one assignment now. I want to start with an assignment. As if it will be an offline mode, then it will be better for interaction. Anyway, this is the demand of the time that we have to adjust with both blended mode, and we try to make it as much interactive as possible. So my first assignment is you just respond me, what do you expect from this FDP? What do you expect from this FDP? Any one or two participants, please? What do you expect from this FDP? Your expectation. Hello?
Participants are requested to kindly respond.
Just one or two.
So I expect to get some student-centric learning methodologies because nowadays student-centric methods are very important from NEP point of view.
Right. Any more? Anyone, please? Anyway, I request Dr. Surajit Soikia that this is an assignment. You please collect their expectations, and I request participants to submit their expectation to Dr. Surajit Soikia, another coordinator of this program, so that yes.
They can also send it to the FDP group. We have already had one group at the at WhatsApp, so they can send the same at a WhatsApp group so that we can collect from there, sir.
So this is very essential.
Okay.
This is very essential. Okay. This is very essential because we are organizing as an organizer. We are organizing this FDP from our point of view, and what do you actually expect from this FDP? And at the end of the FDP, on the basis of your feedback, we'll assess whether the FDP could fulfill your expectation or not. So this is very important. So at the end of the FDP, the organizer will also take feedback from you about the FDP. So please submit the expectations to the WhatsApp group. Then next, since this faculty development program is being organized by the IQAC Gorgaon College in collaboration with Teaching Learning Center, just I want to brief about the Teaching Learning Center of Dibrugarh University. Just briefly, Dibrugarh University focuses on the faculty capacity building of faculty and faculty development program, because the capacity building for teachers at all levels is a key focus of the National Policy of Education, as we know, which also highlights the need for motivated, energized, and capable faculty of higher education. So in this context, Dibrugarh University established Teaching Learning Center just 5 months ago, that is November 2025. And after that, we organized, the Teaching Learning Center organized one faculty development program in the similar context, in the similar topic, that is outcome-based education, its implication and pedagogical implication of higher education institutions in terms of NEP 2020. And we are very happy that we get this offer of collaboration with Gorgaon College in the similar kind of topic, because this is very significant for all the teachers as the time demands, because we are in the process of implementing, not in the process, already we have implemented the NEP 2020, and most probably in the next NAC assessment or any quality assessment, this will be a major criteria. Implementation of NEP 2020 will be a major criteria. So we should be conversant with all the components of NEP 2020 related to higher education institutions. So with the aiming with the view of providing support academic support to the faculty of higher education institutions, particularly the colleges affiliated with Dibrugarh University. The Dibrugarh University established this teaching learning center with a vision of to promote excellence, innovation, and inclusiveness in teaching and learning through continuous faculty development and pedagogical teachers and administrative staff development, along with upgradation in technological and leadership skills to empower faculty of higher education institutions with modern teaching, learning skills, tools, and technologies. So with this vision, we are aiming to organize a series of faculty development program in the near future. Already we have a list of faculty development program. So in this context, I request the faculty or participants to participate in the faculty development program that will be organized by our center in the near future. So this is the vision, and this is our mission to empower faculty of higher education institutions with modern teaching, learning skills, tools, and technologies to foster a culture of reflective, evidence-based, and learner-centered teaching practice among the faculty of higher education institutions, to empower administrative staff of higher education institutions with updated technological skills, managerial tools, and leadership skills from time to time, to serve as a hub for innovation, research, and collaboration in pedagogy. So these are the mission of Teaching Learning Center of Dibrugarh University. Just as this is the very early stage of our center, so just I take this chance, this opportunity to inform you about a brief information about the Teaching Learning Center of Dibrugarh University. So these are the objectives. Let me to proceed next. So this is all about please. So this is all about very brief information about Teaching Learning Center. Now let us to deal with the basic questions which will be related to our entire program, this faculty development program. Very basic question, very simple question. Number one is, why do we teach? Maybe you laugh at this question. Why do we teach? And how can we determine outcome of teaching? Is there a relationship between outcomes and curriculum? Is there a relationship between outcomes and evaluation? These are very basic questions. Why do we teach? Why do we teach? Can you respond? Very simple question. Why do we teach? Yes. Anybody? Please respond.
Sir, we teach our students so that they become a self-dependent, so that they can earn their livelihood in near futures.
Right.
To facilitate learning. To facilitate
learning. Right. Facilitating learning. Raskwa, thank you.
Welcome, sir.
This is the traditional concept. Why do we teach? To make them learn, to make the students learn. That is, the objective is learning. But now the question, the aspect is going beyond learning. Only learning is not enough. Only learning is not enough. After learning, that learning outcome, as I have already told, that it is a learning outcome plus practical competencies, implementation in our practical life. So outcome-based education is significant. Earlier days in traditional concept, teaching causes learning, right? But now teaching causes learning with competency, which can be practiced or used in our daily or in our practical life, day-to-day life. Next question, how can we determine outcome of teaching? This is very basic questions for the persons involved in NEP related activities, IQAC. You just think outcome when we have to mention the outcomes, course outcome, program outcome, then program specific outcome. The persons involved in IQAC have been facing a lot about this concept, outcome. What will be the outcome? And many a times we try to show the results. Results may be the outcome. The placement may be the outcome. Yes? Hello? We think that the placement may be the outcome, the result may be the outcome. If the result of placement may be the outcome, yes. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Our technical team is requested to kindly look into the matter and keep all the microphones off.
Anjana, I am looking into the matter.
Okay.
Yes, I am looking into the matter.
So many times we consider the results and placement as the outcome. But now outcome-based education, you will find after attending all the sessions that it is something different from placement or result. Outcome. Then is there any relationship between outcomes and curriculum? Definitely yes. If the curriculum is not designed outcome-based, we cannot make education outcome. We cannot make learning outcome. So we have to design curriculum on the basis of expected outcomes from students. What will be the expected outcomes? What will be the competencies? Not only the knowledge, skills and competencies we expect from students. So on the basis of that, we have to design the curriculum. Again, is there any relationship between outcomes and evaluation? It is very pertinent question that we set the question paper or we ask the students, and some questions are very ambiguous to us. So, as for instance, describe, discuss, explain, these are the questions, these are the terms. We are not clear about what may be included or what may be written in describing, explaining, or like this. So outcomes in the evaluation process also, that outcomes must be definite. It should be definite. So on the basis of these very basic questions, this FDP is designed. So mechanism of outcome-based education, so it is related to curriculum. Curriculum must be outcome-based. Pedagogy, the methodology part or the activities used in transacting the curriculum, it should be outcome-based. Evaluation process, the setting the question papers, and also not only the setting the question papers and the evaluative part, that responding to the questions, the answers, how can we evaluate the answers? So this should be outcome based. And lastly, learning in the forms of outcomes. It is not only learning, it is in the forms of outcomes. It is in the forms of outcomes, that is learning, knowledge, skill, competency with the practicability. So this is the mechanism of outcome-based education. So on the basis of this faculty development program is organized, and I do hope that you will enjoy all the sessions. Now let us deal with the objectives. These are the objectives of this. May be the objectives, not it is not inclusive. This may be the objectives of the program: to develop conceptual clarity on OBE and its components of PSOs and COs, to familiarize faculty with the pedagogical reforms proposed in NEP 2020, to build capacity in curriculum design, outcome mapping and attainment analysis, to strengthen understanding of assessment techniques aligned with OBE, to equip faculty to integrate multidisciplinary holistic approaches in their courses. So these are the objectives. If we want to translate these objectives into outcomes, then what may be? As for example, to build capacity in curriculum design, outcome mapping and attainment analysis. The outcome may be like this: the faculty or the participants will be able to design. They will be designing their own curriculum. They can map the outcomes in the curriculum as well as in the evaluation process. They can analyze the attainments. So these objectives may be the outcomes after attending all the sessions here. So these may be the objectives, some of the objectives, and you please find after attending all the sessions, you please find which objectives you can fulfill and translate into outcome in your own, at your own. So these are the objectives. The entire program is based on 5 key areas. So these are the thrust areas of the program: sensitization on NEP 2020. Under this key area, you will get one technical session overview of NEP 2020 vision, principles, reforms in higher education. We may think that, yes, we know about the NEP 2020. We may think like this, but we have to know many things about the NEP. And actually, the things we have been discussing time and again, we are familiar with that. But as a whole, the entire NEP, we are still lagging behind about the NEP structure of actually, when we say about the education is not it cannot be demarcated in a tight line. That is, this is a higher education, this is school education, this is so and so. We should know the education, to deal with the education, we should know the entire structure of education, actually, school education as well as higher education. That faculty and the parents, they don't know about the structure of higher education. Again, the faculty of higher education, they don't know about the structure of school education. Actually, we should, as a teacher, we should know the entire structure of school education as well as higher education. So there are many things we have to know. So this will be a very interesting session. Then preparing institution for NEP 2020, inquiry-based learning, research and innovation. So as we have already implemented National Education Policy 2020, and we try to make it inquiry-based, research and innovation oriented, but how far we get benefit or we succeed, it is a question. So on the basis, this technical session will help us to make us ourselves inquiry-based, research-based, innovative. Then we can, if the faculty are not themselves inquiry-based or research-oriented or innovative, they cannot make the teaching learning system inquiry-based. So first of all, we have to make us inquiry-based learning, inquiry-based, research-oriented and innovative. So, yes. 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 Okay. So next key area is fundamentals of OBE, outcome-based education. Here you will get outcome-based education as a whole, the concept of outcome-based education. It will be dealt with by a very eminent professor of Dibrugad University, I think Professor Nitakolda Borabaidu, and you will get the basic concept, the fundamental concept of outcome-based education, how the traditional system of education is shifting to outcome-based education. You will get here. I think you will interact with the madam. Then outcome-based curriculum and revised Bloom's taxonomy. We know about the Bloom's taxonomy, but this outcome-based education is based on revised Bloom's taxonomy. I will not say about the revised Bloom's taxonomy. Our resource person will deal with this thing. So before knowing the revised Bloom's taxonomy, you have to know the Bloom's taxonomy. And many times we think that this is the area for the Department of Education. This is our general perception. These are the area of Department of Education. Actually, this is not. As a teacher, in the all the content, all the curriculum of Department of Education are related to the teachers. So as a teacher, we should know about the Bloom taxonomy and how it is revised. And this revision is based on some action, and you will get there. And how can we make the objective into outcome-based? You will get, and it will be deal with again outcome-based curriculum, outcome mapping of POs, PSOs, and COs. Very interesting. Both of the session will be very interesting. And it will be deal with by Professor Mukut Hazarika sir of our university. And I request you try to interact as much possible as you can. And I think the language should not be the bar in learning. In learning, language should not be the bar. If you want to ask in Assamese, you can ask during this session will be, as this session will be offline session. So you try to make interactive the language. You keep aside the language. The thing is that we should know about the revised Bloom's taxonomy and how to map POs, PSOs, and COs. So I request you that you will be very active in these sessions. Another key area is outcome-based curriculum. Outcome-based curriculum, content development, as I have already told you that unless and until the curriculum is designed outcome-based, we cannot make it outcome. Learning outcome cannot be drawn out. So how to design outcome-based content? You will get a very, very eminent resource person from Kolkata, I think, Professor Urmila Kaur. She has come here for delivering on this topic. Not only twice she came here. So you will enjoy this session. And as I think for all autonomous colleges, it is very essential that we have to develop our curriculum. And for developing curriculum, we should look into the outcome-based curriculum in terms of NEP-2020. And I think you will get maximum benefit from this session for developing or designing your own curriculum. So development of content details of sample course. This will be practical, most probably practical. That means after listening the first session, second session, you will try yourself to make the first session pragmatic. You should try to develop your own sample course outcome based. Then assessment part is another key area. Assessment for OBE, construction of assessment tools, development of assessment tool aligned with outcome-based education. I think this will be also offline session, and because you see, as I told you that we set questions, but most of us, not all, most of us don't know the clear concept, clear meaning of the terms we use in question papers. Describe, discuss, then explain. Again, we use some words, critical discussion. So actually, these are the terms which we used generally, but without knowing the proper meaning. As we do not know the proper meaning, in evaluation part also, we evaluate the question, discuss, describe, explain, similar. So for outcome-based education, we should be very clear about the terminology using in question paper. Again, the knowledge question, understanding question, that is preparing question paper blueprint, knowledge question, understanding question, again, critical analysis question. So these sessions will be very, very practical and very, very informative and pragmatic, and you just try to enjoy the sessions, and it will be delivered by Professor Manosi Gogoi, Dean, Faculty of Education of Dibrugarh University, and there Professor Mukut Hazarika sir and Manosi Gogoi ma'am, they are involved in the preparation of this curriculum of Dibrugarh University, outcome-based curriculum, along with the other faculties of the Department of Education. So as they guide all the faculty of university, you please try to interact with them so that you will get the maximum benefit from these two sessions, that outcome mapping, assessment part. Then next one is NEP-2020 pedagogical implications. And there are several methodological methods of teaching that is suggested by, recommended by NEP-2020. And these pedagogical implications of NEP-2020 will be dealt with by, I think, Dr. Amar Upadhyay, Associate Professor of Department of Education. So you try to get maximum information about the latest pedagogy, latest methodology that can be used for making our teaching student-centric, learner-centric, and also outcome-based. Another best interesting session, that is pedagogical innovations, experiential learning. Experiential learning is very interesting and very important at this moment, and it will be delivered by a very enthusiastic and very energetic resource person, eminent resource person, Professor Surajit Barakotaki of Dibrugarh University. You please try to enjoy this. These are some key areas and also the technical sessions I have told you. And next, after attending the FDP, we will get certificate. And one criteria of certification is that, as per UGC, the entire program should be 30 hours, minimum 30 hours. Minimum 30 hours. So you have to engage with different activities, attending technical sessions, as well as submission of assignments, engaging in practicals. You have to fulfill all these requirements. For certification, our Dibrugarh University proposes, this is the requirement of certification as per TLC Dibrugarh University. Minimum 90% attendance. Actually, we expect 100% attendance from participants. No disciplinary conduct or issues reported. It will never happen, I think. At least C grade or 50% of marks in the assessment secured. Actually, this is just requirement. I think all the participants will score above 90%, all will get A+, because all are sincere and dedicated participants, enthusiastic participants. So our assessment pattern is grading is 90% and above A+, 80% to less than and equal to 89% A. So this is the grading pattern, and the below things I don't want to cite that because you will get, I think, A and A+, most of you, because you are very sincere and dedicated. So this is the certification process. Thank you. And before that, I again expect that, as I have been assigned to give the brief outline about the entire programs, faculty development programs, so I deal with just the key issues as well as the sub-themes, topics. And as I have already told that each subtopic may be discussed for many hours, for many days, but for our purpose, for the immediate purpose, we will get the basic things so that we can do our work, our course of action in a teaching as well as in the institution in a better way. It will be a just guide. So I do hope that you will enjoy. Again, I request you, be positive. We have all lacunas, negativities, negative things. So avoid the negative things, just enjoy the session. So thank you. If you have anything to ask, then you can ask me about the program.
Thank you very much, sir, for that enlightening and stimulating talk. Your presentation was truly insightful, and I'm sure our participants have learned a lot about the whole program from your presentation. And you have, as you have explained everything with such clarity and depth. So I request, on behalf of the organizer, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for your lecture, and we feel privileged to have had the opportunity to listen to such an engaging and informative presentation. We are now hopeful of more interactive sessions after your lecture, and I request all the participants to come forward with their queries if they have any on sir's presentation. So the session is open for further discussion. Dear participants, please feel free to convey your queries or thoughts to sir, and he will try to give true explanations to your queries. Can we have someone here? If you have, please feel free to speak. Language is not a barrier, as sir has already mentioned. If you feel comfortable in any other language, especially Okhomia, you can come forward. Please come up. Ahok আপোনালোকে সোধকচোন।
Lekhan sir, I have circulated the assignment among the participants, and till now, I think 30 participants have responded the same, and I shared the link with you. You can see the response regarding your assignments. I have shared through the WhatsApp. So, yes, you can access that.
And I have one more request to for all the participants. Dear participants, please make sure that you attend each and every session of this program. as sir has already mentioned, that attendance is a crucial criteria for getting the certificate. So all are kindly requested to make sure that they are present in every session and participate in an active manner. Thank you. So, well, so far, no one has put any question. Even in a chat box, I see no queries.
Box. No queries in the chat box. I think it may be actually when we do not ask, it may be two things that we do not receive anything, or we we learn everything. I think that second is not.
Yeah,
Maybe
I think so.
I could not stimulate you, I think. Anyway.
No, sir, you have been
Anyway,
very
Dr.
stimulating.
Soikia, Dr. Soikia.
Yes, sir.
Soikia, you please collect the, I could not open your link.
Okay, okay.
So
I'll take care of it.
you please collect the expectation.
Okay, sir.
And so that we can assess the program
Yes,
at the
yes.
end on the basis
Okay,
of the feedback, so that we can assess it.
Sure, sir.
Okay. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your speech and your active participation. We hope that our participants are highly benefited from this the explanation on the theme of the FTP, and what sir had asked in the initial screen. What do you expect from this program? I think all the answers are there in the later slides, so they must be now ready for the assignment. I think so. Now I thank all the participants for taking part in this program, in this FDP, the first technical session also, and now it is almost 5 minutes past 12, so we are on time for yet another break, that is lunch break. So we are heading for a 1 hour lunch break, and after this lunch break, there will be another session, and we'll have Honorable Dr. Chandan Kumar Sharma from Guwahati University, and I hope that all the participants will join on time. Please be on time so that we don't have to wait, or the resource person doesn't have to wait for long. So your participation is very much required for this. So thank you all. Thank you everyone once again. We'll meet at 1 o'clock. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
লগে লগে কৈ দিছে
সিহঁতি কৰিয়ে দিয়ে মই সেইটো কাৰণে সিহঁতৰ তাত জইন কৰিলে ভয় নালাগে মানে ফটাফট কৰি থাকে সিহঁতি মানে
এইটো কি হ'ল এইটো ক্লিয়াৰ হৈ গ'ল নেকি
নাই
মানে ঠিকে আছে ন
অকে আছে কাট খাই আছে তোমাৰ ঠিক
Share. Share. Skin. মানে
হ'বনে নি? কৰি দিওঁ।
আগতে মই এইটো কৰি দিওঁ। কেনেকৈ কৰে শ্লাইড শ্বেয়াৰ?
তহঁতে সেইটো ৰুমৰ সেইটো ওলোৱা।
নহয় ইয়াতে শ্লাইড শ্বেয়াৰ কৰে যে ডাঙৰ কৰি লৈছে। শ্লাইড শ্ব'ই হৈ গ'ল এইটো। আচ্ছা নাই।
কি লাগে?
ফুল স্ক্ৰীন লাগে। শ্লাইড শ্ব' হৈ যায়। চ' মই কৰিলে হ'ব লাগে। নিজে হৈছে। আচ্ছা। ক'ত?
নিজে নহয় তুমি কৰিলে হ'ব তোমাৰ।
এইটো। স্ক্ৰীন। Huh? Mom, active speaker video, source manager. Yeah.
Okay.
It is a royal occasion.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Sonoda.
Yeah. শুনিছা ঠিকে আছে মোৰ স্লাইড শ্বেয়াৰ হৈছে
slide share হৈছে
ওকে Hello.
Oh, hello.
ঠিক আছে না
Chandra.
Okay, ঠিক আছে okay fine I'm just 1 minute.
Okay.
So can we start?
Yes. Yeah, I think we can start. Okay.
Yes, we can start.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back after our lunch break. In this session, I consider it my privilege to welcome yet another scholarly individual, Dr. Chandan Kumar Sharma from Guwahati University, who is going to deliver a talk on the topic NEP in higher education, as you can see on screen. So before we start this session, I welcome all the participants to this post-lunch session. And I hope that they will take active role in this entire session and listen to the presentation. And thereafter, you can also put up your queries if you have any after the session is over. So before we start, I would like to give all the participants a brief introduction to Dr. Chandan Kumar Sharma. He is a distinguished historian known for his contributions to the study of regional history, historiography, and socio-political processes in Northeast India. He has been associated for a long period with the Department of History, Dibrugarh University, where he served as a professor after joining the institution as an assistant professor in 2002. Prior to that, he was also a teacher in Nagaon Girls College. His research reflects strong engagement with the historical evolution of Assamese society, particularly in the context of colonial and post-colonial transformations. His scholarly works cover a range of themes such as Vaishnavite practices in medieval Assam, social mobility through colonial census operations, ethnic politics, and historical consciousness in the region. He has contributed research papers to journals and edited volumes and has actively participated in national and international seminars addressing issues of ethnicity, identity, and historiography in Northeast India. In addition to teaching and research, Dr. Sharma has held important academic responsibilities, including serving as a coordinator of the Buddhist Study Center and coordinator of the UGC NET cell, reflecting his involvement in institutional development and academic mentoring. Recently, he has joined Guwahati University as a professor, marking a significant step in his academic career and further strengthening the discipline of history in one of Northeast India's pioneer institutions. So we are indeed fortunate to have such an eminent scholar with us today to share his insights and experiences. Dr. Sharma will speak on NEP in higher education. So without taking much of your time, I would like to invite Dr. Chandan Kumar Sharma to kindly deliver the lecture. Sir, the platform is all yours.
Thank you, Anjan, for your rather very elaborate introduction. I will be speaking on some issues which are more or less known to us in the last 5-6 years. We have been discussing in different forums when the whole question of new education policy draft was introduced, and finally when the bill was passed regarding the new education policy in India in 2020, and henceforth institutions across India, states across India, though some had initial hiccups in the implementation of different policies as such, but as we know now that most of the states and nearly every institutions, they have tried their best to engage with the new principles, the restructuring of the different programs, introducing policies at different levels to cope up with the broad suggestions which are incorporated in new education policy. Having said that, one particular point which is very much important is the challenges in higher education in view of the present, the students' exposure to internet, the students' continuous exposure to good information as well as bad information, their continuous, in certain cases, overexposure to some of the materials which are not always factually correct, So these are some of the challenges for us, especially in social science, where the course, the curriculum, the content, we have to ensure at every level issues of critical thinking, issues of reflexive mind, because without that, it's very, very difficult to ensure a proper higher education to our students. But increasingly, as I told, because of the overexposure, or we can say that engagement with internet at every level, the classroom teaching has become very much competitive, very challenging. But we have to keep up with the new trends. We have to understand the problems. Within that problems, we have to explore the different possibilities, because there are lots of new possibilities for us within the NEP and higher education. Before I elaborate on the issues about why this restructuring is important, why this kind of a new education policy was not just confined to India, it is more or less a very global phenomenon, where if we compare and contrast with other countries, personally, I feel that perhaps we are a little bit late in joining the process. But before going into that, first we have to be ensured amongst ourselves about that why this particular policy or restructuring of the education system was so important in the start of the 21st century. Was it something, a new experiment done only in India? Was it done to ensure a particular type of political thinking? Or was it a new trend which was already being followed in Western countries, in European countries, in China, in Japan, and even in our neighborhood countries? So I will try to explore those particular areas to make ourselves understand that some of the restructuring was very much necessary in view of the changes in terms of economy, in terms of technology, and in terms of the changing perspectives, that there was a need for restructuring of the policies and programs in higher education. Before going into that, let me start with one very interesting essay. When I was trying to read some of the essays related with the issues of restructuring of education in different countries, I came up with a very interesting article. The article is the name of the book as well. The book is written by J. Ebner Peduel. It was published in 1939 in America. The name of the article, and from which the name of the book came up, is The Saber to Curriculum. It's about, it's some kind of a hypothetical situation where there was a debate amongst a particular Paleolithic society. Obviously, we know in Paleolithic period, there was no formal education, there was no institutional education, but this is an imagined situation. Imagined situation in a Paleolithic period. So what was the debate? The debate was about, is there any need for change of the curriculum, the content, the courses, the kind of skills we teach to the students? I found it very interesting. Why? Because it has some similarity even in the 21st century context, even in Indian context, or rather even in our debates amongst our own fraternity. What is that? It's about a history of Paleolithic education. Obviously, I am saying the whole writing is about an imagined situation. What kind of curriculum should be for the Paleolithic people? We know Paleolithic means when there was no use of iron, it was basically stone. So everything was stone based. It was the primitive societies in the Paleolithic period. So what was that? That they had their own curriculum. What was that? That was how to use the hands, hands for fishing, for tiger scaring with fire, because there would be lots of tigers. So woolly horse clubbing, how to club the horses. So these were some of the basic training which was given to the Paleolithic period, according to this particular very interesting imaginative essay. So how to grab fish with bare hands, woolly horse clubbing, tiger scaring with fire. These were the basic training given to those students at that particular point of time. Then suddenly there was a new ice age. Suddenly there was a new ice age. And because of that ice age, the entire ecology was transformed. Entire ecology was transformed. The whole nature was transforming as the climate was rapidly changing. So some of these things, that how to use hands to catch fish with bare hands, that was becoming very difficult because of the climatic change, ice age. The water was becoming very muddy. It was no longer possible to catch fish with bare hands. Then woolly horses were no longer there, so it was very difficult to club woolly horses. Even tigers were not there. But the point is, the curriculum was still filled up with this particular training. So dirt and gravel which Glacial had collected on his long journey were dropped into the creek. So because of that, water grew muddy. What had once been a crystal clear stream in which one could easily see and trace the fish, it was not possible at all because of the climate change. A horse clubbing education of the highest type could not get results when there was no horses at all. Finally, to complete the disruption of Paleolithic life and education, the new depthness in the areas, there was no tigers. So animals were basically susceptible to different kinds of diseases. So the tigers also more or less vanished. So this was the situation at that particular point of time. So what happened? As the knowledge of these new inventions spread, all the members of the tribe were engaged in familiarizing themselves with new ways of living, because context was changing. There should be some new trends, new skill. So men worked hard at making fish nets. You can't have fishing bare hands, so you need fish nets. Setting antelope snares. Antelopes, a new kind of animals were coming, and digging bear pits. So there were lots of bears. So bhaluk aru antelope bhori gol. Mas dhori bole fishing net loga hol. So these are the new context. So these new activities of net making and operating, snare setting, and pit digging are indispensable to modern existence. They said, why they cannot be taught in school? But in the school, still the old skills were being taught. Woolly horse clubbing, scaring the tigers with fire, or how to catch fish with bare hand. These were no longer possible. So the radicals who wanted change, they said, fish net making and using, antelope snare, construction and operation, and bear catching and killing, they pointed out require intelligence and skills, things we claim to develop in schools. There are also activities we need to know. Why can't the school teach them? So some new generation was saying, we need new skills. Why cannot we teach this new in the school curriculum? But the point is that the old people said, because it would be mere training, explain the old men presently with all these intricate details of fish grabbing, horse clubbing, and tiger scaring, the standard cultural subjects. The school curriculum is too crowded now. We can't add these new facts and fields of net making, antelope snaring, and all things like bear killing. So the old generation said, no, let us continue with the old skills. How come we teach new skills? Already our syllabus is full. So that was the debate. So then Radical said, damn it, how can any person with good sense be interested in such useless activities? What is the point of trying to catch fish with the bare hands when it is not just be done anymore? How can a boy learn to club horses when there are no horses left to club? So these were some interesting imaginative debates. I'm saying it's very imaginative, interesting debate. Then the old man said, don't be foolish. We don't teach fish grabbing to catch fish. We teach it to develop generalized agility, which can never be developed by mere training. We don't teach horse clubbing to club horses. We teach it to develop a generalized strength in the learner which he can never get from so prosaic and specialized a thing as antelope snare setting. We don't teach tiger scaring to scare tigers. We teach it for the purpose of giving that noble courage which carries over all the affairs of life. Then he said, you will have to admit that times have changed. Could you not please try these other move up-to-date activities? Maybe they have some educational value after all. Then wise old men, they said, if you had any education yourself, they said severely, you would know that the essence of true education is timelessness. It is something that endures through changing conditions, like a solid rock, standing squarely and firmly in the middle of a raging torrent, raging torrent. You must know that there are some eternal varieties, and the saber-tooth curriculum is one of them. So the wise old men, they were reluctant to change the syllabus. They were very much interested in sticking to the old syllabus. When the new generation said, no, times are changing, we need new curriculum, please include new curriculum, new things, new skills. So this is a very interesting debate which was written around 1939, published from America. Name of this article is Saber-tooth Curriculum, and it speaks basically some kind of a imagined debate in between the two groups, the old groups and the new generation. New generation was saying things are changing, we need a new curriculum. Old generation said no, our syllabus is best, it is timelessness that must continue. When we try to understand the context of new education policy, somehow similar kinds of debates are still continuing amongst our fraternity itself. So some of us insist that what was already there, in which we grew up, that was the best one. But there have been new debates who suggest that no, things are changing, economy is changing, the challenges of education are changing, the kind of knowledge we need for 21st century, that is changing. So we need to restructure the entire system. Without that, our education would be not up to date for the need of the 21st century. So it is some kind of an eternal debate in between the two groups. So perhaps that's why I initially introduced this particular interesting, imaginative saber-tooth curriculum to make the point is that there will always be debates, but debate has to be ultimately contextualized for the need of the new generation with new perspective, the need of new knowledge, which we need to solve some of our 21st century programs. So this particular debate about education of the whole person and mere training, it was already there even in the early part of the 19th century. In the post-industrialized situation, an underlying human capital approach expects higher education to propel economic growth and spur competitiveness in the global knowledge economy, leading to a utilitarian focus on skills rather on values that would underpin citizenship as a basic for further social and political integration. This basically suggests that in the post-industrialized world, that means in the late 19th century, early 20th century, people thought, experts thought, there is no need for continuous knowledge system for the growth of the entire personality. What is needed? What is needed is the skill or values which will be directly utilitarian for growth. So how it was translating into policy? The policy was that we need early specialization. That was the need of the hour in the late 19th century, early 20th century. What does it mean by early specialization? Up to school level, there will be common curriculum. Up to 16 years. Up to 16 years, there will be common curriculum. But after 16 years, immediately, we need more engineers, we need more doctors, we need more nurses, we need more teachers. So everyone will be in their own professional interest. They will be shifting to early specialization, science, arts, commerce. So this streaming, early streaming, it was a late 19th century development which became more or less universal in the early part of the 20th century. So that was the model we grew up. That is the model our generation, till our generation, till 2020 in India. That was the structure in which that idea was early specialization was best. Post-matric, those who are good in science, shift them to science stream. And for science stream students, no need to read any kind of arts, language, etc., humanities, etc. For arts students, no need to be exposed to science and technology, and same with commerce stream. So that was a structure in the post-industrialist period, which believed in early specialization. And this very concept of early specialization, just after 16, was facing huge challenge in the late 20th century and early 21st century because of the tremendous transformation of the knowledge system, because of the tremendous transformation of the economy, and the new knowledge system which is coming up in the 21st century. So that's why the only engineering institutions, only engineering, which were proliferating like anything in the late 90s of the 20th century, now they no longer survive like that one. Because along with engineering education, the students are expected to also know something about social science, something about other aspects as well. So these are some of the challenges I will be discussing at a later point of time. So what are the late 20th century challenges? Driven by the need to overcome the disadvantages of early over-specialization, to differentiate the massified and overly egalitarian European higher education system, and to meet employers' demand for well-rounded graduates, various leading universities went back to their roots, the roots for late specialization. Specialization is always important. Cutting-edge technology will always be there. But there is also need to understand the interconnectivity of different knowledge systems. That's why some kind of a common knowledge system to a later period. That means common education will not just in just 16 years. Perhaps it should continue till the age of 19. So these are some of the changes which were coming up in the late 20th century. So there they recovered the origin of European university, which taught the trivium, literary arts, grammar, logic, rhetoric, and the quadrivium, mathematics, arts, arithmetic, geometry, music, astronomy. So that means till the pre-modern period, till the early part of the 19th century, both these systems were being taught to the students. They were taught literary arts, grammar, logic, as well as arithmetic, geography, geometry, astronomy, both were being taught. So it's some kind of going back to the same roots so that there can be an interdisciplinary knowledge system which will help the students to face the challenges in the 21st century. That is the basic foundation of what is known as liberal arts education. So NEP in India, it basically said the concept of liberal arts literally means literal notion of arts. The very idea that all branches of creative human endeavor, including mathematics and science, should be considered as arts, indeed has distinctly Indian origin. So NEP claimed liberal arts to be Indian origin because Indian texts spoke of 64 different kind of kalas. Kala means doesn't mean literally arts, any kind of human endeavor, whether it is science, mathematics, astronomy, astrology, everything is art. So from that perspective, liberal art education. So it has its origin in India. Of course, it has its also origin in China. They also claim it. Of course, European countries also claim it from the Greco-Roman world, where they were talking in between the trivium. They taught trivium, grammar, logic, rhetoric. They also taught quadrivium, arithmetic, geometry, music, astronomy. And both they were taught to the students. It was not some kind of only trivium or only quadrivium. The question of only trivium or only quadrivium, it started from the late 19th century in view of the post-industrialized demand of early specialization. Previously, both were being taught to understand interconnectivity of the different domains. If you try to understand even who are the best persons historically, we basically try to understand Leonardo da Vinci. So Leonardo da Vinci is not a product of this division. He was a product of this connectivity. He was a man of science and he was the best man of arts. Why? Because trivium minus quadrivium, it was not like that one at that point of time. It was trivium plus quadrivium. Even if try to understand our own Shankardev, then you have to understand that all the different colors he was exposed to. So these were some of the things which were already there till the 19th century in different parts of the world. So this early specialization mostly developed in the 19th century, became universal in the 20th century. And because of the tremendous transformation, again, educational policymakers, they are saying that let's go back. It's not always good to make early specialization. Let the students be exposed to different knowledge systems, at least up to the age of 19 years. So this is now, given that in our volatile neoliberal environment, no skill sets is any longer a guarantor of a lifelong career. This training of a person becomes more essential than ever before. We know after COVID that lots of people, thousands of people, they lost their jobs. And the new kind of job that is emerging, it has nothing to do with the kind of training they were given in their formal education policy, formal educational sectors. So they have to make themselves retrained. So that is the challenge now, that not a single state is sufficient. Not a single skill is sufficient for any state of students. Every 5 years, every 10 years, new will be coming up. And everyone will have to be a lifelong learner. So this lifelong learner, this training to learn from different knowledge systems, this is the basic challenge which needs to be imbibed to the 21st century students. So let me skip this one. So what are the new job opportunities in the 21st century? Already from late 20th century, that was evident. Changing knowledge economy. Such economies don't rely principally on mining, making tangible products, or growing materials. Instead, they rely on intangibles such as intellectual property, shares, digital or virtual goods. So this curriculum for these things needs different kind of coming together of interdisciplinary knowledge systems. Mining is equally important, but now job opportunities are no longer in the mining sector or making tangible products, only in engineering sector. So new sectors which rely on intangibles, intellectual property, shares, digital, virtual goods, these are not equally, these are becoming more important. More positively, the explosion of technology, the ubiquity of internet, the increasing internet interaction between cultures, and the increased mobility of people will throw up countless new jobs. So these are the new opportunities. That's why the pressure on the engineering students that single disciplinary education is not good. It has to be multidisciplinary. It has to be multidisciplinary because students have to be imbibed with different kinds of skills. So one thing which is striking is that tenuousness of the connection between these sorts of white-collar, middle-class jobs and the traditional academic discipline. What is important? It is not that not highly skilled. They are, but they don't correspond well to history, literature, or even to biology or computer science. The kind of new jobs which are emerging in the market now, they no longer directly correspond with any kind of syllabus which are taught in the colleges and in the universities. Jobs demand a different kind of training, and what is being taught in formal curriculum is a different kind of training. And what is the result? The result is the next one. This has led to a situation in which conservatively, it might be more, 50% of graduate jobs don't demand any particular disciplinary qualification. The kind of new jobs which are emerging now, our students are engaged, 50% of those training that they need now, they don't correspond to the kind of knowledge that was being imparted to them in the colleges or in the universities. So this is the situation now. Even for our own university teachers, I don't think universities across different parts of India, they can claim that more than 10% of their students are engaged to only teaching, the kind of courses we impart them in postgraduate curriculum or even in graduate curriculum. If we try to map the kind of students and the services they're engaged in, perhaps even in our case, it will be more than 50%. Someone might be doing physics or history or chemistry or Sanskrit, but the kind of job they are engaged in now, it demands a different kind of training. So somehow there is a mismatch. And that mismatch is not only in India, it's a global mismatch. That the kind of curriculum we are doing and the kind of job that is emerging in the market, there is a mismatch. We basically teach our students to become professors like us or teachers like us because we have been trained in that way. For generations, we are thinking in that particular medium of instruction. So whenever we think they will be like us. But the point is, hardly there are only 10 job opportunity for this same kind of post. I don't think it is more than 10% students will be engaged in. For the rest, they have to explore other things. So this is a global challenge, Indian challenge. And if we try to map our own students in our own institutions, whether it is in school, college, university, same kind of mismatch is there. What is that? Conservatively, 50% of graduate jobs don't demand any particular disciplinary qualification. That means perhaps interdisciplinary qualification, knowledge across disciplines is the need of the hour. And that's why the challenge is to introduce new courses, interdisciplinary courses, to make the students exposed to different kind of knowledge system. Not the kind of structure we were growing up. It served our age, but perhaps it will no longer serve the next generation. Academic disciplines established in the West roughly during the late 18th and early 19th centuries, and now deeply ensconced in the university cultures and organizational structures, can find it hard to mirror these changes and respond. The kind of specialization we grew up, these were basically developing in the late 18th, early 19th century. And this became universal in the 20th century. So our structures, our culture and our organizational structures find it hard to mirror these changes and respond to. So this is also a very global phenomenon because structures came up in the 20th century. The cultures we imbibe, it came up since 19th century. But the challenge is in the 21st century is totally different one. So as knowledge economy is fast changing, the earlier specializations based on strict compartmentalization and the tradition of early specialization in undergraduate technical education is facing challenges. Some of the earlier specializations are losing their social and market value. Instead, the very human traits such as analyzing, creativity, dot connecting, and empathizing are at a premium. And that's why interdisciplinary structures. That's why within engineering, we need humanities and social sciences. Because creativity, dot connecting, empathizing, these are becoming more important along with technical education. So broadly speaking, the rise of science and the professionalizing of academic work in Europe and USA gave rise to special journals and a graduate siloization, very separate, siloization, fragmented of academia. Meanwhile, in parallel, an economy of industrial specialization, grounded in Adam Smith's division of labor and built on new factories, rose and reached its apogee in Henry Ford's conveyor belt of mass production and managerial terrorism in the 20th century. As I told, that because of the new industrialization in the late 19th, early 20th century, so early specialization, it became the demand. This age was of specialization, siloization, very separate, fragmented knowledge, and certain forms of professionalization influencing all walks of life. So specialization started early. Education was based on highly siloization, fragmented. Now contrast our 21st century. That was early 20th century. It continued till the 20th. Now 21st century is changing. 21st century knowledge economies, there are relatively few people working on conveyor belts. And where do disciplinary boundaries begin and end when 2 clicks takes you from history to statistics to computer science, or from art to biology to ethics. In academia, there is talk of open access, citizen science, and new MSRism, all of which challenge disciplinary boundaries. In the world of work, older professions, as indicated above, are under pressure. So new job opportunities, they are no longer related with the kind of training which was being given in the 20th century. So there's continuous interconnectivity. There's continuous shift from one domain to another domain, from history to statistics to computer science, done by the same person. So these specializations are therefore losing both economic and social value. Instead, very human traits are becoming more important. Wholesale academic specialization at undergraduate level, largely promoted and valued in recent times, is losing its worth in knowledge economy. And more positively, then something else can take its place. What new is coming? A polymathy, poly and generalism. Wholesale academic specialization at undergraduate level is losing its place. And its place is coming polymathy. Poly means multiple. You need multiple training. Generalism, you also need to be exposed to different knowledge systems. Only one vocation, only single training, that will be difficult. With that, it will be difficult to survive in the 21st century. So NEP also basically speaks the same kind of things. The purpose and importance of a liberal arts education today is an education across colors, is to enable students to explore the remarkable relationships that exist among the sciences and humanities, mathematics and art, medicine and physics, and more generally, to explore the surprising unity of fields of human endeavor, to understand the connectivity of the knowledge systems. So that's why a comprehensive liberal arts education develops all capacities of human being: intellectual, aesthetic, social, physical, emotional, moral, in an integrated manner. So this is NEP. When NEP said it, it looked theoretical. But when we try to understand in view of the global things, it looks we're trying to cope up with the global transformations. Now already some of the scholars, already they were speaking on these lines. In the late 20th century, Immanuel Wallerstein, he was a famous Marxist scholar. He has a very interesting report of the Gulbenkian Commission on restructuring of the social sciences. And he basically said that social sciences must be restructured because the kind of social sciences which was emerging in the 20th century, they could no longer give answers to the problems of the 21st century. So there must be restructuring of the social sciences. And that's why the name of the report was Open Up the Social Sciences. Let there be mutual understanding in between different social sciences. Till now, we call it social science, but when it teaches, we still teach in terms of strict disciplines only. We call it social science, but when we deal with course curriculum, we don't deal it as social science. We always take it as some kind of a very individual, self-sustained one discipline. That is a model till now, in spite of 5 or 6 years of NEP till now. So then there was another scholar, Martha Nussbaum. She is inspired by our own Amartya Sen. It's a very interesting book, Not for Profit, Why Democracy Needs Humanities. So in this interesting book, Not for Profit, Why Democracy Needs Humanities, she said even engineering institutes, technical institutes, they need humanities. Everything cannot be only for profit. The global problems are social now. Only technocratic solution will not be there. We need social solutions to political problems. That's why we need humanities. Democracy needs humanities. It's a very important book, very interesting book. Of course, written by one American scholar, Martha Nussbaum, inspired by the philosophy of Amartya Sen. So we have our own journalist, Farid Zakaria. He was an Indian, now American-based. He had a very important book, In Defense of Liberal Education. It was published in 2015. He also basically said the similar things, that we need interconnected knowledge system. Only fragmented knowledge system is not sufficient in the 21st century. I just quote his one line. He said, engineering is not better than art history. Society needs both, often in combination. So engineering, architecture, engineering will be much better with art history. So there should be combination. Architectural history, history of sculpture, art, that should be taught in combination with architect engineering. Perhaps that will be much better. So this kind of blending that is needed now. But till now, art history is only art history. Sculptural history only sculptural history. But that needs to be done together. That is the need of the hour. Now, these are some of the famous CEOs. They say what was their impact of the 4-year education in their own life. They said 4-year institution of higher education focusing its attention on candidates for the BA degree who are generally between the age of 18 and 21, institution resistant to highly specific vocational preparation and insisting on a considerable breadth of studies that hopes to develop interest and capabilities that will enrich both the individual learner and future communities. So this is basically done through common education or general education. Now, common education, general education is done through, we know, basically 2 different ways. One is multidisciplinary and the other is interdisciplinary. Multidisciplinary is like us, the way we are doing it now. We ask the students to take one major, one minor, other courses from history, political science, physics. This is multidisciplinary. But in certain contexts, as we know, interdisciplinary courses are coming up. Interdisciplinary courses are coming up. These are like being introduced by some of the universities. So Amsterdam University, they teach in through different theme-based courses, and these theme-based courses are theme-based approach. So interdisciplinary approach motivated by the belief that an education that encompasses different disciplinary perspective is best foundation for a broad academic orientation and an independent and critical way of thinking. So they have started courses on energy, climate, sustainability, life, evolution, universe, health and well-being, information, communication, cognition, social systems, citizen cultures. They are no longer like physics, chemistry, history, political science, sociology. But these are some of the challenges in the 21st century. So measures are also becoming theme-based, interdisciplinary measure, interdisciplinary minor. So now challenge is how to introduce in our own academic institutions. For that, we need to collaborate. We need to talk with our own social sciences amongst ourselves. History has to deal with political science have to talk with economics has to talk with sociology, so that at least we can introduce in our own universities or in our own autonomous institutions some at least experimentally interdisciplinary courses, which will be very much interesting for the students, challenging, interesting, at the same time very relevant. But for that we need an ecosystem where we can talk together. Not only we can talk together, we can work out syllabus where we can be complementary, not always competitive. It's no longer time to speak our discipline is better. The problem is we can be better if we can tie up with another discipline. Only our discipline is better. Time of it is already being out. It's a 20th century concept. For 21st century, how much we can combine with multiple disciplines, so that the best of the issues can come up. You can understand the society in a much better way. So that is the challenge. So what is happening in China? Rapidly, I will speak what is happening in different countries so that we can understand why I said perhaps it's not that experiment only done to us in India. Already this experiment is being worked out in other countries much earlier than India. What China said, China also, since the late 20th century, they said that liberal education is their own heritage. So they have interesting book of change, and in that interesting ancient book of change, it's an ancient book, it speaks one very interesting line. We study astronomy in order to detect time variation. We attend to the humanities in order to enlighten the world. But we are the same persons. We also read astronomy, we also read humanities. It is not that we have some separate astronomers, we have some separate humanities, persons who are experts in humanities. So they said we basically do it together. So this is something which was already there. Now, what they are doing, similar things already they introduced in China. What they are doing, fundamental compulsory courses such as ideology and political studies, military training, physical exercise, language, maths, natural sciences, computer skills. These are fundamental compulsory courses in colleges. It's no longer science arts. Already China has done what we are trying to do. Distributive elective courses, meaning students to select one certain number of courses. That's a measure. Extracurricular activities counted as credits such as service trips and internships. Exactly, we are trying to do it now. Already these are being done experimentally by China in the last 20 years. So training, physical exercise, language, maths, natural science, basics of that is compulsory for everyone. Our near China, they are doing it. Why they are doing it? They also understood that this division, what are the division in between science graduates, arts graduates, that will no longer help in the manufacturing sector, in the new sectors in the 21st century. That's why new training is important. It will be measure based, but it will be aligned with physical exercise, language, maths, natural science, computer skills. It will be aligned with service trips and internships. Already they had made compulsory. Tsinghua University, it was a liberal arts university which was converted to a engineering college by Mao Zedong, but later on they are now shifting to again liberal arts university. Now this is a 1998 policy decision. The Ministry of Education issued recommendations on improving cultural quality in education. 1998. What they said, the basic qualities of college students include moral quality, cultural quality, professional quality, and physical and psychological quality, among which cultural quality is the foundation. The cultural quality education we advocate is mainly about humanistic quality education. By enhancing arts education for students of science and engineering and science education for students of arts respectively, we hope to raise the cultural and aesthetic taste and humanistic and scientific quality of all college students. This is 1998. Similar things we tried to do in 2020 in India. What China did, I am again repeating the sentence. They said, by enhancing arts education for students of science and engineering and science education for students of arts respectively, we hope to raise the cultural and aesthetic tastes and humanistic and scientific quality of all college students. That was basic my point. That what we are trying to do, already China introduced it. So it's not that what is being done in India, it's a mere experiment. The point is how effectively you can do it, how meaningfully we can do it, how we can translate it to results so that our students become more capable, more trained. The debate should not be about whether this is relevant or not. Already, this is globally relevant. The point is how to make it more relevant in the context of India, in Assam, in our own areas, in our own institution. They had a national long-term education reform and development plan 2020. In 2010, they said quality education is a strategic theme in educational reform and development. The core issue is to what to foster and how to foster. The key points are offer quality education to all students, promote all-round development, enhance students' sense of responsibility in serving the country and its people, develop their innovative spirit and practical ability in problem solving. Practical ability in problem solving, that should also be ingrained in most of our curriculum in Assam, in our own institutions, in our own syllabus. In our own syllabus, it might be different disciplines, but we must try to make it more integrated. That practical ability in problem solving, because that is related with innovative spirit. It might be a problem solving of the local area, of the own village, of the own town, but that must be part of our education process. It's being said in NEP, how to integrate it, that is a challenge for us. So the same thing China said. These are some of the curriculums in China, some of the universities, same thing. What they are doing, Western classical civilization, Chinese classical civilization, modern China, modern world, these are compulsory courses. Humanities, these are compulsory courses everywhere. We are trying to do it, they already did it. Now let us see what is being done in Japan. Japan, the future of higher education in age of globalization 2000. They had a report in 2000. What they said, propose the following as required by globalization. The ability to make judgments and take action with a high sense of ethics and responsibility. Promote of an understanding of one's own culture and diverse cultures of the whole world. Be a global citizen, but don't forget your roots. That is done by China, that is done by Japan. That is also being tried by NEP. Be a global citizen, learn from every corner of the world, but don't forget your roots. Japan says, understanding of one's own culture and of the diverse cultures of the world. Then communication skills, improvement of scientific literacy. This is one of the main points, scientific literacy, technical literacy, technological literacy. So they cannot be arts and science. There has to be a little bit of blending together so that we can have better graduates. So skills in computer is the most important part. They might be based in social science, one particular discipline, but without basic technical literacy, computer literacy, they can't proceed. That's why that has to be integrated. Report of Central Council 2002, they said the similar kinds of things. Let me do one very interesting, 2005, the Japanese Business Federation published its own report about university reforms and included a statement. They said, we now live in the world where we can't say. Japan's Business Federation said in 2005. They said, we now live in a world where we can't say, I don't know anything about humanities and social sciences because I'm a graduate of engineering school. I repeat, they said, no one can say now that I don't know anything about humanities and social science because I am a graduate of an engineering school, or I don't know anything about science because I'm a graduate of humanities school. They said this cannot be said now. This binary cannot work. Basics of both has to be imparted to the students. Basics, I'm not saying specialization. No one is saying specialization is no longer needed. Specialization is highly needed. But along with high level of specialization, basics training of both has to be imparted to all the students, because the challenge is different. Job opportunity is different. So in order to improve quality of work and efficiency in this age of globalization, workers and businessmen must have a wide interest in literature, philosophy, nature, culture, outside their speciality, and have obtained KYO, it is a Japanese word, ethical sense and a sense of civic duty in good balance. So 2008 report by Central Council of Education towards the construction of undergraduate education, what they said, similar thing. Knowledge and understanding, multicultural, intercultural knowledge, human culture, society and nature, general skills, communication skill, quantitative skills, information literacy, logical thinking, problem solving, attitudes and orientations, self-management skills, teamwork. So these are some of this being done as NEP in us is trying. Same thing we're already being rolled out in different parts of the world, formally by their own education departments. 2022, Japan's Business Federation, they said, in promotion of reform in university education in response to the new era, toward development of diverse human resources through the independent study, it was stated that Society 5.0, that means a new society, 21st century society, will be a society that takes a broad view of common human issues, as well as issues faced by local communities and working with others to resolve them. Society 5.0, people are required to see big picture, examine the issues facing humanity and local communities from a broad perspective, connect the local with the global, that is the challenge, and find solutions for these issues in collaboration with others to foster these duties, abilities, education that integrates the humanities and science, STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts and mathematics, the liberal arts and problem solving. So this is basically the trend now everywhere. The point is how we can do. UGC in the case of us have more or less said the same thing. The point is theoretically it's correct. I try to explain the global context. I try to speak that the kind of changes which are intended to introduce by NEP is already being rolled out in China, in Japan, in European countries. But how to make it more meaningful in our own institutions? Perhaps we need new approaches, a new kind of understanding, new pedagogy, and to make the students much more aware about the importance with engagement with the real world. Only theoretical understanding, it no longer will work. So perhaps autonomous institutions, including universities and autonomous colleges, they can find their own ways and means how to make problem solving one of the most important areas. Students will find it more fascinating. Experiential learning, I have seen it in few institutions where young teachers, they have tried to find out new ways of experiential learning. It becomes fascinating for the students. Internship at the local level. So all the institutions, they have to make special, very powerful, active cells like internship cell, other cells, so that young energetic teachers can come up with new programs, integrate it with the course syllabi, through which NEP has given new opportunities in the syllabus, but how to translate the opportunity into real empowering progress for the students, that is the greatest challenge. We have manpower problem, constraints of manpower, but if we compare it with 10 years before, perhaps our infrastructure has developed to a certain extent, internet capacity has developed. So in spite of constraints, I think each institution with their own core group can try our best to move ahead so that we can help our students with a better understanding about the kind of knowledge system that is required to face the challenges in the 21st century. So perhaps I should end now. I have, for 1 hour, I have spoken about the NEP in higher education. Though NEP higher education, I tried to speak the basic point that it is not an unique experiment done only in India. Already similar trends have already been started in different countries because certain changes are global, unprecedented, and every country is trying to cope up with new challenges. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sandan Kumar Sharma. Thank you very much for that remarkable and illuminating lecture. Your presentation was both intellectually stimulating and deeply engaging. Your insight brought to the subject, along with the clarity and coherence of your arguments, made the session immensely enriching for all of us. We are sincerely grateful for the time you have taken to share your expertise and scholarly reflections with us. So I now think that there must be some queries from our participants, and therefore I would like to invite from participants queries or questions, doubts on this topic. So I think the platform is open for further discussion if the resource person permits. Can they put some questions if they have?
Yes.
Of course. Thank you.
Sure.
So the participants are requested to put the questions, but keep in mind, please, that the questions are brief and relevant to the theme of this lecture. কোনোবাই অসমীয়াত সুধিলেও সুধিব পাৰিব, মই ভাবো, যদিহে মনত কিবা খুদনি থাকিলে আপোনালোকে প্ৰশ্ন কৰিব পাৰে। ডক্টৰ শৰ্মাই
সুৰজিতে কৈছো স্যাৰ, ভাল লাগিলে আপোনাৰ প্ৰেজেন্টেশনটো, হিষ্টৰিকেল ডেভেলপমেন্টটো আপুনি দেখুৱালে, আমি যথেষ্টভাৱে বুজি পালো গোটেই কথাখিনি। কিন্তু স্যাৰ মানে ৰিসেন্টলি মই নিজে এটা ফিল্ডত প্ৰবলেম দেখিছো স্যাৰ, আপুনি যিটো ক'লে যে ডাইভাৰ্সিফিকেশন অফ স্কিলস, আমি বিভিন্ন ধৰণৰ স্কিলসটো লাগে, ষ্টুডেণ্টকো লাগে, কিন্তু এতিয়া সোসাইটিত স্যাৰ এটা প্ৰবলেম হৈ আছে। ৰিসেন্টলি অসমত দেখিছো যে যিখিনি বাগান অসমত আছে, স্যাৰ শুনা পাইছেনে?
নিশ্চয় শুনি আছো মই।
অসমৰ কিছুমান বাগান এতিয়া স্যাৰ বন্ধ হৈ গৈছে, বিভিন্ন কাৰণত বন্ধ হৈ গৈছে, ক্লোজ ডাউন হৈ গৈছে। আমাৰ ওচৰৰে চৰাইদেউ বাগানখনৰ কথা ক'ব পাৰো। মোস্টলি যিখিনি বাগানত কাম কৰি আছিল, দে আৰ কনসেন্ট্ৰেটেড টু অনলি ওয়ান স্কিল। তেওঁলোকে প্লাকিঙৰ পৰা ধৰি টিৰ লগত ৰিলেটেড কামখিনি জানে, কনসেন্ট্ৰেশন অফ স্কিলস হৈ আছিল, কিন্তু এতিয়া শাট ডাউন হৈ গৈছে বা বহু ক্ষেত্ৰত বাগান বন্ধ হৈ গৈছে। এনেকুৱা ক্ষেত্ৰত তেওঁলোক জবলেছ হৈ গৈছে এটা স্কিল কৰাৰ কাৰণে। আমি ডেফিনেটলি কলেজ হওক বা অট'নমাছ কলেজ, ইউনিভাৰ্চিটিত আমি ডাইভাৰ্সিফাইড স্কিলৰ কোৰ্চবিলাক ডিজাইন কৰিব পাৰিম, কিন্তু ছ'চিয়েল যিবিলাক এনেকুৱা ধৰণৰ ইছ্যুজ আছে, তাৰ আমাৰ ইনষ্টিটিউশ্যনবিলাকে এনেকুৱা ধৰণে হেল্প কৰি তেওঁলোকক এটা ৱে দেখুৱাব পাৰে। আমি ইয়াৰ ৰেছপন্সিবল টু ছ'চাইটি, স্যাৰ, যিহেতু আমি পাৰ্টিচিপেটিভ আৰু এক্সপেৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল লাৰ্ণিঙৰ কথাও কৈ আছো, গতিকে মই ভাবো আমাৰ সেইটো এটা খুব ভাল কাম হ'ব। প্ৰেক্টিকেলি আমি সেই মানুহখিনিক যদি এটা ৱে দেখুৱাব পাৰো ডাইভাৰ্সিফাইড স্কিলৰ জৰিয়তে, তো আমি স্যাৰ ৱেটো কেনেকুৱা ৱেত যাব লাগিব বা কেনেকে কৰিলে ছ'চাইটি এনেকুৱা সমস্যাবিলাক স্যাৰ সমাধান কৰিব পাৰে?
চাওক, এজ এ ইনষ্টিটিউশ্যন, এডুকেশ্যনেল ইনষ্টিটিউশ্যন, আমাৰ মেণ্ডেট বা কৰিব পৰা যিটো পৰিসৰ সেইটো যথেষ্ট লিমিটেড, সেইটো আমি বুজি পাওঁ। লকডাউন হৈ যোৱা, বাগান বন্ধ হৈ যোৱা, এই ধৰণৰ যিবোৰ জটিল সমস্যা, তাৰ ক্ষেত্ৰত ষ্টেট এজেঞ্চি, ষ্টেট কমিউনিটি সকলোৱে বিভিন্ন ধৰণে কাম কৰিব লাগিব। এডুকেশ্যনেল ইনষ্টিটিউশ্যনে আটাইখিনি কাম কৰিব কৰাৰ যথেষ্ট পৰিমাণে লিমিটেশ্যন আছে। চ' আমাৰ দায়িত্ব এটা হ'ব পাৰে যে কেনেকে কনষ্ট্ৰেইনছৰ মাজতো তেখেতসকলক কিবা নহয় কিবা এক ধৰণৰ স্কিল দিব পাৰে নে নোৱাৰে। I know you are better acquainted with the problem. আমি আমাৰ সীমাবদ্ধতাৰ মাজত আমাৰ যিখিনি মেণ্ডেট সেই মেণ্ডেটৰ মাজতে আমি কাম কৰিব পাৰিম মই কি কৈছো ধৰিব পাৰিম
বুজি পাইছো স্যার
আমি কাম কৰা উচিত যে আমি কিমান আমি আটাইখিনি কৰিব নোৱাৰো কাৰণ বাগান বন্ধুজোৱাত এটা সাংঘাতিক সমস্যা সেইটো সমাধানৰ কাৰণে অল্টাৰনেটিভ লাইভলিহুড কি হ'ব তাৰ কাৰণে চৰকাৰে কাম কৰিব লাগিব ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্ট এডমিনিষ্ট্ৰেশ্যনে কাম কৰিব লাগিব লোকেল কমিউনিটি কাম কৰিব লাগিব গাঁও পঞ্চায়তে কাম কৰিব লাগিব সেইটো থাকিব তাৰ পিছতো যিখিনি আমাৰ লগত যিখিনি ষ্টুডেণ্ট আহিব সেই ষ্টুডেণ্টখিনিক আমি আমাৰ লগত থকা সময়খিনি কি ধৰণে মিনিংফুলি কাম কৰিব পাৰিম কি সেইটো বেছি গুৰুত্বপূৰ্ণ সেইকাৰণে কি হয় একেই ধৰণৰ স্কিল সকলোকে নালাগে কিছুমান ষ্টুডেণ্ট আছে কাৰণ তেখেতসকলৰ ছ'চিঅ' ইকনমিক ডিছপ্লে আমি নামানিলেও আমি বুজিব চেষ্টা নকৰিলেও এটা কথা সঁচা যে দেয়াৰ আৰ ট্ৰিমেণ্ডাছ ছ'চিঅ' ইকনমিক ডিছপেৰিটি প্ৰত্যেকজন ষ্টুডেণ্টৰে নিড বেলেগ প্ৰত্যেকগৰাকী ষ্টুডেণ্টগৰাকীৰে নিড বেলেগ সেইকাৰণে আমাৰ যদিও আমি বহুত স্পেক্ট্ৰাম খুলি দিব নোৱাৰো তথাপিও কিছুমান থিয়ৰিটিকেল কথা আৰু কিছুমান কিন্তু স্কিলত একদম প্ৰব্লেম চলভিং য'ত নেকি ল'ৰাজনে হাতে কামে কিবা এটা কৰিব পাৰে ছোৱালীজনে হাতে কামে কৰিব পাৰে তেনেকুৱা ধৰণৰ কেইটামান স্কিলো আমাৰ কাৰণে প্ৰয়োজনীয় তেনেকুৱা কাম কৰি থকাও দৰকাৰী কথা বহুত মেলি ল'ব নালাগে এটা ডিছপ্ৰিভিলেজ গ্ৰুপৰ পৰা অহা ল'ৰা ছোৱালীখিনিৰ কাৰণে ইমিডিয়েটলি কিবা এটা যদি কৰিব পৰা আমি যদি সহায় কৰি দিব পাৰো যে কিবা এটা য'ত নেকি তেখেতলোকে নিজেই হাত ধৰিব পাৰে পৰৱৰ্তী সময়ত সেই ধৰণৰ কথা 3টা 4টা মান কৰিব বহুত মেলি দিলেও দিগদাৰী হ'ব কাৰণ আমাৰ ৰিচোৰ্চ হ'ব কাৰণে Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
আৰু কোনোবাই যদি প্ৰশ্ন কৰিব খোজে মই ভাবো কৰিব পাৰে
স্যার শুনিছে স্যার
শুনিছো হয়
স্যার মই ডক্টৰ ডিম্বেশ্বৰ দাস কৈ আছো গড়গাঁও কলেজৰ পৰা
হয় কওক
স্যার আমি জানো যে জাপানত আপোনাৰ প্ৰাইমেৰী এডুকেশ্যন চিষ্টেমত তাত কোনো স্কুলত কিতাপ লৈ যাব নালাগে মানে দে লাৰ্ণ সাম এক্টিভিটিজ টাইপ সেই চিষ্টেমটো আমি ইণ্ডিয়াত ইমপ্লিমেণ্ট কৰিব নোৱাৰো নেকি কাৰণ মই দেখিছো সৰু সৰু ল'ৰা ছোৱালী কাণ্ডত 10 কেজি 15 কেজি বেগ লৈ গৈ থাকে কিতাপ সেই বস্তু NEP-টো সেইটো বস্তুটো আমি ইমপ্লিমেণ্ট কৰিব নোৱাৰিলোহেঁতেন নেকি
আমাৰ কি হৈছে এতিয়াও আমি দেখিছো বহুত স্কুলত প্ৰেছাৰ কমাই দিছে কিন্তু আমাৰ বহুত পেৰেণ্টছ এনেকুৱাও আছে যে পেৰেণ্টছে ভাবে যে কিতাপ মুখস্থ কৰি পৰীক্ষা নিদিলে ভাল নহয় আজিকালি বহুত স্কুলত আমাৰ ইণ্ডিয়াতো বহুত আজিকালি নম্বৰ নিদিয়ে তলত ভাল আঁকিলে পখিলা এটা আঁকি দিয়ে কিবা এটা বেলেগ আঁকি দিয়ে নম্বৰ 1 2 5 6 7 5 ফেল সেইটো লাহে লাহে বাদ দিয়া হৈছে জাপানৰ লগত একেলগে তুলনা কৰাটো আমাৰ কাৰণে অকণমান জটিল কাৰণ জাপানে ইউনিভাৰ্চেল প্ৰাইমেৰী এডুকেশ্যন ষ্টাৰ্ট কৰিছিল লেট 19th চেঞ্চুৰীত তেতিয়া আমাৰ ইয়াত 10%ও নাছিল বিকজ অফ কলনিয়েলিজম তথাপিও এতিয়া আমি দেখিবলৈ পাইছো যে যথেষ্ট পৰিমাণে থ্ৰু লাৰ্ণিং এক্টিভ লাৰ্ণিং স্কুলত কোৱা হৈছে সাজ সঁজুলি অলপ দিয়া হৈছে কিন্তু একেবাৰে উইদাউট টেক্সট কৰিব পৰা কথাটো অকণমান জটিল কাৰণ দে কাম ফ্ৰম এ ডিফাৰেণ্ট ছ'চিঅ' ইকনমিক বেকগ্ৰাউণ্ড কিন্তু আমাৰ ইয়াতো কিন্তু এতিয়া যথেষ্ট পৰিমাণে অল্টাৰনেটিভ স্কুল আছে কিছুমান স্কুল এতিয়া কথাটো হ'ল আমাৰ ইয়াত এসময়ত পৰীক্ষা দিয়াটো বন্ধ কৰি দিয়া হৈছিল অট'মেটিক যাবলৈ দিয়া হৈছিল এতিয়া কিন্তু বহুতে সমালোচনা কৰিছিল যে পৰীক্ষা নোহোৱা কৰাৰ কাৰণে আমাৰ এডুকেশ্যন ব্যৱস্থাটো বেয়া হৈ গ'ল সেইকাৰণে ইণ্ডিয়া ইজ এ হাইলি পপুলাছ কাণ্ট্ৰি যথেষ্ট পৰিমাণে ইয়াত ছেগমেণ্টেশ্যনটো বহুত বেলেগ বেলেগ ধৰণৰ তথাপিও এটা কথা যে স্কুলবিলাকত হয় দেট ইজ ভেৰি ইম্পৰ্টেণ্ট খুব বেছি মুখস্থ কৰা অকল কিতাপতে আবদ্ধ থকা সেইটো জটিল কথা এটা কিন্তু কথাটো হ'ল যিবিলাক ঘৰত মাক দেউতাক একেবাৰে ভালকে শিক্ষিত নহয় তেখেতসকলৰ কাৰণে আকৌ পাঠ্যপুথিখনো গুৰুত্বপূৰ্ণ হয় সেইবিলাকো জটিল কথা এটা আছে বিকজ আমাৰ পেৰেণ্টছবিলাকো বিভিন্ন স্পেক্ট্ৰামৰ পৰা আহে সেইকাৰণে একেটা কাম সকলোতে কৰাটো বৰ টান কাম কিন্তু প্ৰেছাৰটো কমাই দিয়াটো উচিত থেংক ইউ
হেল্ল' এতিয়া এটা কথা হৈছে তাৰমানে এই যিটো মানে মিনিমাম ৱেইট অফ স্কুল বেগ এইটো অলৰেডি ইমপ্লিমেণ্ট কৰা হৈছে এইটো মানে এফেক্টিভ কৰা হৈছে এতিয়া কৰা হয় কি ক্লাছতে স্কুলতে কিতাপ পত্ৰখিনি ৰাখি থয় ল'ৰা ছোৱালীয়ে যাতে বেগটো কঢ়িয়াব নালাগে এটা মানে ওজন কঢ়িয়াব নালাগে সেইটো কৰা হৈছে আৰু কিছু কথা ইতিমধ্যে আমাৰ সমল ব্যক্তিগৰাকীয়ে কোৱাৰ দৰে আমাৰ মানে হেটাৰজেনিয়াছ ছ'চাইটি আমি এতিয়া আমাৰ কলেজ বিলাকত হায়াৰ এডুকেশ্যনৰ ক্ষেত্ৰতো because of the different type of socio-economic background of the family, of the parents, it is very difficult to introduce uniform type of system. As at the time of form fill-up, even we have been facing the same problem. When there is a rule of non-collegiate and discollegiate, the students with minimum or poor attendance, they would be barred from appearing in the examination or filling up of forms with some amount of fines. But many of parents and students have come to me to tell that we have been doing some job so that we can continue our studies. So they are parallelly doing jobs to earn their livelihood as well as to continue pursue their studies. So it is very difficult for a country like India or a state like Assam to introduce all the rules, all the regulations, all the provisions of NEP uniformly. So we have to flexible
Adjust and flexible to local situations, local needs.
Yes. Looking at the local needs. And one more thing I have been observing since long. Basically in Upper Assam, I don't know whether it would be correct to tell Upper Assam or Lower Assam. Our students are reluctant to take some vocational courses. I don't know why. Some reasons are there. কিছুমান কাৰণ আছে যিটো কাৰণে কিছুমান ভোকেশনাল কাম আমাৰ ল'ৰা ছোৱালীয়ে কৰিবলৈ বেয়া পায় ধৰি লওক আমাৰ যিবিলাক মেডিঅকাৰ বা বিলো এভাৰেজ ষ্টুডেণ্টছ কিবা ইলেক্ট্ৰিচিয়ান প্লাম্বিং এইবিলাক শিকিবৰ কাৰণে তেওঁলোক আগ্ৰহী নহয় আন এটা সেক্টৰ মই খুব দেখিছো যে ল'ৰাবিলাকৰ বা আমাৰ ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীবিলাকৰ অনিহা আনকি আমাৰ যিটো কম্পিউটাৰ এডুকেশ্যনটো মই বাদ দিছো আনকি ডিটিপি বা যিটো টাইপিং ডিটিপি পেজ ডিজাইনিং লেআউট এইবিলাক শিকিবলৈ আগ্ৰহী নহয় যিটো কাৰণে আমাৰ গোটেই সেক্টৰটো আমাৰ বেকৱাম হৈ আছে আমাৰ পাবলৈ নাই গতিকে এই কথাবিলাক আচলতে আমি কেনেকে আমি সেন্সিটাইজ কৰিব পাৰো ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীসকলক কেনেকে আগবঢ়াই আনিব পাৰো আৰু পিতৃ মাতৃসকলকো কেনেদৰে সেন্সিটাইজ কৰিব পাৰো তাত এটা কিন্তু গুৰুত্বপূৰ্ণ ভূমিকা ল'ব পৰা আমাৰ হায়াৰ এডুকেশ্যনেল ইনষ্টিটিউচন বিলাকৰ কিন্তু এটা স্কোপ আছে বুলি মই ব্যক্তিগতভাৱে ভাবো তাৰমানে কথাটো
হয়
Anyway, thank you so much for your excellent presentation. We are grateful to you. So, Dr. Ranjan Kaur, you can sum up.
Okay, thank you, sir. So we have come almost to the end of the second technical session of the first day of the program, FDP, and we are once again grateful to our resource person, Dr. Chandan Kumar Sharma, for giving his valuable time and for sharing his knowledge and expertise with us. So your talk has undoubtedly added great value to this program and has made this session truly memorable. We are thankful and we look forward to have more from your side in future. We also thank our participants and all the scholars, teachers who have taken their time out to be with us throughout the day. And we'll be continuing this. I hope you will continue this association with us in the future sessions over the next 4 days. So, yes.
There is a session of assignment, so I will share the link of assignment in the WhatsApp group so that they can go through that.
Okay. So as has been said by the coordinator, that the link will be shared with us for the assignments. So accordingly, you are requested to follow the guideline and fulfill those assignments on time. So with these words, I thank all the participants, our resource persons, and our principal sir for their wholehearted participation and support throughout the program. And with this, we would like to wind up for today's session, and with a promise to be back tomorrow at the same time. So see you tomorrow. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sananda.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Sananda.